perfect shape. I haven't read everyone, everyone who have submitted, I've reviewed and I've sent comments. Of everyone who reviewed, I think only 2 was perfect, no correction, just 2. And when I read through, I saw that the major challenge is not that what we discussed, that you guys did not assimilate it. I think the basic challenge I saw is the transition from researcher to a policymaker. That's the only thing I see, because it's challenging to transit. There's where your mind works as a researcher, the way your mind works. So when you are still trying to write a policy paper, at the back of your mind, you are still writing as a researcher. So when I read it, I say, look, this guy is still writing like a researcher. It's not your fault. It will take some time to transit. I can guarantee you, if you write 1, 2, 3 of that, you will transit. It's very difficult. Your mind is thinking as a researcher. You've done this for many, many years. And you've done your MSc thesis or master's thesis. You've done your doctoral, and some are professor. And you've done this many, many years. So it's difficult to have a complete paradigm shift in your thinking to write, which I quite understand. It's not a problem. So we'll give like 20 minutes before we start the presentation, and then myself and Dr. Ojo will move around. Please, when you see, you just look at the paper, the policy brief, and then look at the comments that I put there. Then you just help look at the comment. A couple of you guys, the topic are still not in perfect shape. The topic are still like a research paper. Somebody say blah blah blah. Question gender approach. No, that cannot. No one will read that one. So we just move around and do that and do some. They are all minor corrections. Some people is basically because they have not structured it. Some people are still writing. Somebody wrote summary of findings. No, we don't want summary of findings. We have I asked them to put this back. We have the structural frames for the policy brief there. It will be important to follow that. Some people are still writing summary of findings. Somebody wrote empirical evidence. No empirical evidence here. No empirical evidence. Somebody put methodology. No, we've talked about it. We don't want methodology here. No policymaker want to read your methodology. So I think it's just the transition. So we move around now. I think let's do it this way. Dr. Ojo, you can maybe take 2. I will take this place. So for 20 minutes, we'll try to do that correction. And after that, we'll do the presentation. We'll start the presentation. Cecilia has been kind enough to do a schedule for us. So she will help us get the schedule. When you're presenting, when you finish presenting, we will listen to you and give some minor comments. But at this time, I believe we'll be in good shape. So after we have given the comment, then you send the final one. That's the one we'll send to ARC. We have quite some numbers. So okay, let's have that. So we'll start with here. Okay, sir. Just a quick addition. I discovered that a number of us did not put the photo there. Please, if you don't put it, you need to insert it. Is photo your own? Excellent. So if photo is not there, please put it. It's not as if you need to put photo for all policy brief, but for the purpose of this exercise, we want to have a uniform document. So try and insert photo into it if you have not done it. When you are doing your presentation, we want to see that. And for those online, please, virtual participants, please kindly include at least one photo there. We want to see that when you're doing your presentation. I'm sure Dr. Ojo, please kindly follow up on that. Thank you. Yes, please. Another addition again. The flip chart will no longer be necessary. The intention of the flip chart before yesterday was that we thought you're going to do the flip chart. We were going to all come together and give this comment we're giving now at the flip chart. But time was not in our favor. If you've had time yesterday, if you had your flip chart, these comments that I was sending to you by email, some 1 a.m., 2 a.m. that you're receiving, will have done that yesterday. That's the intention of the flip chart, so that those corrections you just do. At this point, flip chart is not necessary anymore. We've passed that stage. We couldn't do that yesterday. So just do the final one. We'll have done the correction yesterday, but it's still okay. Okay. Hello. Yes, please, I want to ask, how much time do we need? I think we're going to have 20 presentations. That's a lot, both for those virtual and those that are here physically. I've seen the schedule 20. So I wanted to know, we need to finish it. And we have just, if you look at it, we're already, it's 9:41. Let's say almost. Let's even say we start at 10. Let's say we start at 10, 10:45 to 1. And we must finish this presentation by 3:45. And we have 1 hour lunch break. So, it's a 1:45. 1:45. Basically, we have 4 hours to do the presentation, and that 4 hours. 240 divided by 20. Thank you very much. Yes, that's very that's true. That's true. That's true. You're correct, that's 12. So, presentation should be max 5 minutes. But at worst, 8 minutes, so that you give us opportunity to react for 4 minutes. And I want to ask who will be our timekeeper. Dr. Ojo took some time off. I think they have a meeting in the university, a virtual meeting. So he has to join the meeting. And then we'll come back shortly. So I want to appoint somebody as the timekeeper. Can somebody volunteer to keep our time? Who wants to volunteer to be a timekeeper? Very good, thank you. Thank you. So you be the timekeeper. The presentation should be between, at best, 5 minutes. Or, if you drag a bit, maximum 8 minutes, so that we have 4 minutes to respond and ask questions. So presentation 5 to 8 minutes. Questions, maximum 4 minutes. So 20 minutes max for everyone. So, because we have just 4 hours, and we must finish everything by 3:45. And after that, we have a health break. Then we have 4 to 4:30. That's completing the post-training evaluation survey. That one is it's going to take very short. We have designed something we're going to use the QR code, just like we did in the other one. And it's going to be very fast. It's not going to be long. And it will compile the data and plot the graphs and everything within a short time. So that we might not spend more than 10 minutes on that. So again, time on that. Then the closing session, I will have to talk to Cecilia about this. Please, how much time do we think we need to finish what we are doing up to start? Okay. How many of us are ready? Please signify if you're ready to go. Okay. Wait, please. Are you guys ready? Because we don't want to call and you're not ready? Yeah, for the schedule, I saw the schedule, but some people are not ready in the schedule. So that's okay, we'll start. Okay, we'll start with the schedule. And if you're not ready, another person will take the place. Please, sister, can you help us with this? Okay.
Yes. Good morning, everybody. Okay.
When we finish presentation, when we open up for questions, any of you can ask questions. Those online can ask questions. It doesn't have to be me alone. Thank you.
Good morning, everybody. My name is Francis Morba, and I'll be presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Vida Menti, Billy Oprah, and that of Dennis Olombe. The title of our policy brief is Gender and Household Welfare Through Financial Inclusion in Liberia. This policy brief will have the key highlights. From our research, we found that in Liberia, financial inclusion is very low at 12%. And we also found that mobile money is mostly used by female-headed household. And the impact of mobile money on food security, a high impact on both male and female, but the impact is somehow heterogeneous. That is, the impact is more higher for female-headed household context. Financial inclusion is very essential as it's linked to achieving some of the sustainable development goals. For example, we have issue of gender equity, we have issue of no poverty. But the importance of financial inclusion has really been overlooked or have not really been emphasized in fragile and post-conflict countries. These countries have a weak financial system, and the framework that are in these countries cannot be compared to other middle-income countries like Kenya, South Africa, and the rest of the others. So in these countries, we look at issue of requirements to get access to bank account is very tedious. There are a lot of requirements, and also you look at even the banks that are there, they are so limited, and these banks are dispersed, and there is high transaction costs in accessing these various banks. So all these impediments have served as a barrier to financial inclusion in this country. And Liberia is not an exception to this. In Liberia, in terms of financial inclusion between male and female, there's a wide gender gap. You see that only 12% of the Liberian women have access to bank account compared to 21% of the male. In terms of mobile money access, that is trying to break this barrier of financial inclusion, you will see that 24% of the women have cell phones and can use their phones to do mobile money transaction. Compared to men, we have about 30% of the men. So these statistics show that there is a wide gender gap in terms of mobile money access for both male and female. So because of the huge requirement in getting bank account, mobile money is a new innovation have been used to help break this barrier. So in Liberia, mobile money is the most used means of internal transfer. And most of the rural households don't have access to formal bank account, have been financially included using mobile money. Using mobile money. And mobile money now, it has been linked to other features. As first, it was just about you transferring money from one person to another, but now other features have been added. So because of this new trend because of this new innovation to boost financial inclusion, we try to look at the gender gaps in terms of male and female headed household, their access to, to, to financial inclusion through mobile money, and its impact on household welfare. With a keen look at food security indicators, the HDDS and that of the amount of adequate household. Because of time, we just won't quickly to my key results. So from our analysis, we obtained the following key results. We said that mobile money use or mobile money transfer received by female header household is mostly spent on consumption. And male header household in Liberia mainly spend mobile money for issue of education and also consumption. So female header household, when we receive this money, is that most of it is spent on consumption. And we also found that financial inclusion through mobile money had a very great impact on food security for both female headed household and male headed household. But however, the effect was somehow heterogeneous, as I earlier stated. It was more hard for female headed household. In terms of our various indicators, we found that for both male headed household, for female headed household, the effect was higher for issue of household dietary diversity, and for male headed household, it was higher for the more of adequate food provision. We also found that as it relates to other socio-economic variables like education, like duration of stay, it also had a great impact on household welfare in terms of how households access mobile money. Based on these key results, we came in with the following policy recommendations. So we said that since our results impact on food security in Liberia, there should be an effectiveness of the impact of use of mobile money in Liberia, meaning there should be more awareness, there should be policy put in place to boost household adoption of mobile money, like for projects that are focusing on food security should take mobile money very serious, or even when it comes to agricultural intervention, like farmers should be encouraged to use mobile money to purchase inputs and other things. We also recommend that the results for this study can also be replicated in other fragile and post-conflict countries to encourage the adoption of mobile money, since it helps to make poor households financially included. Thank you.
Thank you very much. Yeah, to me, you are right on time. Just 1 minute more, which is good. Next time we want to be shorter. Your policy brief document is very good, but your presentation, you still presenting as a researcher. You're still talking about key findings and all that stuff. So I think, like I said earlier, it takes some time to change the orientation, to be able to know how to. I'm not saying you should say, "Oh, Your Excellency," that's not no excellencies here, but basically to know the paradigm shift. And but your presentation overall to me is very good, but just the orientation from research to speaking to policymaking. That's the only comment I have. And for subsequent presentation, I think we should present it as if we are, all of us here are policymakers, and they want to listen to you, want to adopt your recommendation. We should not present as researcher. So, any comment in the, yes? Yes, please.
Yes, Prof. In line with your comment, observed that my colleague was using too much of economic jargons, heterogeneous. I'm a politician. I may not have dictionary to go and check for those things. So as you have made your comment, I think you can modify that maybe in your policy dissemination process to make it palatable.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very good, very good comment. Like we said in the discourse during the workshop, we said that don't use jargons, your economic jargons, because some of your policy makers could even have studied literature, and then is an advisor to the president. You know how our continent works. And you can see somebody is vice president for infrastructure, and he studied accounting. I've had that before, and he studied accounting. So it will depend on advisors who will read infrastructure documents and tell them what to do. So if it's in that workshop, you're talking about big engineering terms or big economy, he doesn't understand that. So let's come down to layman level, somebody who don't understand your field at all. And there are cases in Africa, we've seen ministers who are not even in that field at all. I've seen Minister of Transportation before who studied literature. And he has to do with the railways, Minister of Transportation of the country. And he has to do with the railways, deal with rail gauges, but if you're talking about it, he doesn't understand it. But you have advisors who are all in that area who can, so let's reduce that. Thank you very much. I think, timekeeper, are we on time? Yes. Excellent, thank you very much.
Send on email? Okay. Okay, good. Number 9 is online, Babajide. Okay. Number 6, Martha. You ready? Not ready? Okay. So do I delete the document I have in the system? Because that's what I'm sharing for presentation. Okay. Then we have Gefa. Ready? Okay. So let's just go now. South Africa presentation on climate change. Please. Yes, please. You have it. It's a presentation, CCEDA, GEPA, South Africa.
Oh, sorry. Okay, thank you. I think the presenter is virtual, so he's presenting virtually. So. That's very good, yeah.
Good morning, everyone. I'm Regina Mwinga, and I'll be presenting the policy brief entitled Enhanced Adaptability for a Gender-Balanced, Climate-Resilient Labor Market in South Africa on behalf of myself and Professor Nicholas Ngepa. In essence, the main points we want to make about our policy brief or our research is that climate change has increased women's unemployment more for women than for men in South Africa. Furthermore, women's care burden has been exacerbated due to climate change, and that the different employment sectors have been affected differently, and this can be leveraged. We can leverage differences to promote the sectors that have expansionary tendencies that are induced by the climate change by reskilling the labor force to adapt to these changes. In addition to that, we want to say that this can be achieved by investing in the following two sectors, not sectors per se, but two recommendations we have, which is investing in the expansion of the green economy, the tourism and the hospitality sector, and reskilling the workforce to adapt to the climate-induced structural changes. Climate change has been affecting South Africa, and this can be seen from the recent events that were registered in KwaZulu-Natal province in the last few weeks. Overall damage was estimated at about 17 billion. Other than that, for the sake of time, we found that shift in temperature by about 1 degree Celsius leads to about a decline in likelihood of employment, more for men than for females, that, like we said, by 20%, 21% for males, 12% for females, and about 17% overall. But we noticed that in terms of time or labor supplied, in terms of hours, climate change affects the women more than it affects the men. In relation to the sectors affected by climate change more, we found that agriculture was the biggest sector affected, and this has a tendency to shed more jobs for females than for males. Other than that, there seems to be an expansionary tendency in the community, social, and personal services sector, which is absorbing more of the women than the male. And this sector, one of the industries that composes this sector is the health sector, and we believe this could be one of the reasons why this CSPS sector is expansionary, because that's where a lot of the women are incorporated, and that's why being incorporated or tendency of expansionary for women in this specific sector. That said, in an overall overview, is that climate change is increasing unemployment overall, but it's affecting women more than male. And we recommend that mitigations. Sorry, apologies, your screen is not clear, so I have to use my own. So in terms of recommendations, we
is she disconnected? We cannot hear her again. She's muted?
I'm not. Hello? I'm not muted.
So she's muted, is it? Ah, okay. Ah. But we cannot hear her. Okay, I can understand.
May I proceed?
sorry, maybe you can continue with policy options, the critic, and the final recommendation, so that we can gain time. Yeah.
I'll just speak from here, if you don't mind. So I think my colleague had already given a good background of why climate change is such a serious issue. She has also indicated we are dealing with South Africa. While we are working on this, there was a serious catastrophic devastation in the KwaZulu-Natal province that resulted into serious casualties and significant economic losses in the form of floods, which is directly linked to climate change. So she had also indicated, we had put how this work has benefited from a rigorous process that makes the findings here very reliable and believable. And she has indicated the findings. I'm going to go straight to the policy message that we have for policymakers. The first thing is that the first proposal we're putting on the table is not to have a blind climate change adaptation policy, but it should be consciously gender focused, particularly when it comes to the labor market, which means that we need to revisit the existing policies to craft it to be gender biased in favor of women. And secondly is that because women's unpaid care work is clearly exacerbated given the tendencies that we have seen, measures should be taken, and consciously so, with in the labor market, to be able to give leeway for women to be able to have to recognize unpaid care work and then be compensated for it, but also to deal with the issues that arise and draw women to other activities that are generally unpaid, like the burden, especially when there are sicknesses and deaths. And sorry. We would one of the key things, sorry about that, is to leverage on the expanding sectors to be able to absorb labor that is being shed from contracting sectors. And this, we are recommending investment in those sectors, but also reskilling the labor force in order to adapt them to be absorbed into the expanding sector due to the economic structural change that we are observing following climate change. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that very insightful presentation. On my own side, I would say that the policy brief is very good, it's excellent. And if you watch the presentation, a layman can understand what they are saying. There's no technical energy policy terms, there's no technical economic words, and there's no technical, apart from climate change, the words are very simple. So if I'm a policymaker, let's assume we're a policymaker, I can understand what they are saying. So for subsequent presentations, this will be a format. We assume we are all policymakers, and what they have communicated, I can understand, even if I'm not in climate change, I'm not in energy, I'm not in adaptation and mitigation. So let's keep to that. Thank you very much. Any comments? Let's go to the next presenter. Though our health break is at 10, it's 10:30. We can do one more before we go. Yeah, okay. The next person, please. Please go ahead if you are the one. So let's have the. You can remove your mask if you're present. Thank you. So that we can see your face. Okay. Okay, please, can you put that down? IT, please, can we put the policy brief?
It's for Somalia. Okay, so good
Thank you.
morning. Could you please zoom it a bit? Yes. So we also looked at the gendered effects of climate change and climate resilience in Somalia. So what makes our research question interesting is the fact that we focus on
Please,
Somalia,
can you
which
move
is,
close to the microphone to
oh,
me
okay.
so that they can translate here?
Yes, okay. So the reason our research is a bit more interesting than what has been done is it's because it focuses on Somalia, a post-conflict setting. And we hypothesize that this context might have different implications both in terms of climate change impacts and their adaptation strategies. So what we find is climate change affects welfare negatively, and the effect is felt by female-headed households. And when we looked at the role of financial instruments such as remittances and mobile money, we find that remittances interestingly decline in response to climate shock, and it declines further for female-headed households. But thankfully, this reduction doesn't seem to translate into worse outcomes for their welfares. But with mobile money, we do find that having access to mobile money improves households' coping ability to climate shocks. When we look at the policy critics, what we observe is the fact that Somalia has been in a conflict for like more than 2 decades. They don't have strong institutions or strong government that can design and implement policies. So that will pose a challenge for any, like, to put forward any interventions. But still, we could think of something, which is that any stakeholders, it could be government bodies or NGOs, if they want to strengthen coping abilities of households to climate change, they have to focus on the differential impacts climate change and their adaptation strategies have based on the gender of the household head. Another interesting thing is, okay, we focus on remittances, for example, and we find that remittances decline in response to climate shock, but for stakeholders, if you imagine like the government or any NGO, how would you make people send more money, right? So that could also be a bit problematic, but we still think if we do further research and we understand why remittances are reducing in response to climate change, we could perhaps use instruments such as information campaigns or some sort of prizes. For example, when people remit a certain amount of money during a certain period, you could make them eligible for certain prizes, and these things might encourage people to send more money, especially during climate shocks. I think this is it. Thank you.
Thank you very much. That's quite prompt, and that's right on time. One interesting thing about your presentation is that I can see an injection of the title into the highlight, which is very good. So it helps the policymaker to easily absorb what you're saying. And the terms were clear, no complicated terms. So it's very good. Thank you very much. So any comment from? Okay, please, want to say something? Okay, in the absence of any comment, let's give her a round of applause. That's a very good one. And that's very timely. So we have a health break now. You have a general question. Okay, please do.
Almost everyone of us is using a photo. So we, of course, when it comes to the normal research, we have to acknowledge the source. For the police, they also have to acknowledge the source of that particular photo.
I think you should put it, please. It's making a very important comment for academic, for even academic or writing integrity. So if you get a photo, if you are not the one that take the photo somewhere, if you pick it from somewhere, it's very important to put it where you got it from, a form of acknowledgement of where you got it from. Please do that. That's very, very good.
I was going to ask that. Thank you. Is there one can actually get into trouble with copyright issues on photos like that. You just pick it.
You're very correct.
So I don't know, I throw it to ARC about, since we've been told to fish photos from everywhere, one day somebody will wait, and then when it peaks volume, the person just sues you.
Thank you very much. I think that's a very important comment he has raised. Please, let's acknowledge photos. If you're not the one that took them while you're on the field, if you got it from somewhere, please acknowledge properly for academic or even professional writing integrity. Thank you very much. That's very, very good. So in our final submission of our policy brief to ARC, let's make that correction for those who have presented, and for those who have submitted, you need to resubmit and acknowledge, maybe as footnote or beside the photo, or whichever format you want to use. Let's do proper acknowledgement. Thank you very much. That's a good one. So we'll go for our health break. I will come back in 10:45 to continue with the presentation. Thank you very much. Yeah. Presentation on the screen. Thank you. Come now, please. Five minutes, you finish, maximum 8 minutes. The timekeeper will keep that. And 4 minutes question. Interesting, many people are not, you guys are not asking questions. I'm very worried about that. You should be asking questions. Or you don't ask questions so that when it's your own turn, nobody will ask questions. Thank you very much. Thank you. Yes, yes. No, we're not researchers here. We are policymakers. Okay. Yes. Yes. Is photo here? I can't see photo there. Is there?
Yes.
Okay, let's start. Okay.
Good morning. I am Aissatou Baji, presenting on behalf of Team Gambia.
I think maybe we should be looking at this one so that you can face the microphone.
Okay.
You can face the microphone here. Okay. Yeah.
So our topic is improve welfare for women and youths in the Gambia through access to finance. So basically, we saw that access to finance improves welfare for women and youths in the Gambia in terms of food and non-food consumption expenditure and income. However, we also noticed that there are hurdles that leads to the low access to finance in the Gambia, and as such, we suggested certain recommendations, such as to remove the existing policy, such as the one-size-fits-all approach that is used in the financial sector to address all stakeholders, regardless of age and gender, and also to promote financial literacy among the women and the youths. We noticed that financial literacy is only provided to the commerce students and in only those in senior schools. So when you are not in senior school or you are not a commerce student, you hardly have access to financial information or basic knowledge on financial information. When you look at the main problem, financial inclusion generally is very low in the Gambia, but the main issue is the marginalization in terms of access to both formal and informal finance. When you look at specifically on formal finance, you realize that both women and youths have the lowest representation in terms of access to formal finance. In that, more women are formally financially excluded than being financially included. So we want to address that issue by bringing up evidence to show that if you provide more access for women to have access to finance, you can improve their welfare in terms of consumption income and other forms of welfare. So the summary of the evidence shows that generally, when you compare both women who have access to finance and women who don't have access to finance, you realize that those who had access to finance have a better prospect of having improved in both income and non-food consumption expenditure. However, when it comes to food consumption expenditure, you realize that there is a decline, which when you look further, you realize that there are hurdles that lead to such results. When you look at the youths, you realize that any form of access to finance for youths improves on their welfare. So it is better to bring up policies that will help to address the barriers to access to finance so that you can give access to women to have more forms of finance to improve on their welfare. Now, when you look at the current policy options, such as the one-size-fits-all approach that I mentioned, it is definitely a very poor policy in that it uses only one design to address the whole population, regardless of gender and age. So it is better for policymakers to come up with more diversified portfolios that will address the various sectors of the population. To also encourage formal financial literacy in the schools or in the communities by engaging the village development committees, who are always there to support their communities to ensure that the women and youth in their communities to have basic knowledge on financial information. This, I believe, will help them to remove information gap in the financial sector, which leads to lack of trust, because most of the women and youths complain that it is the lack of trust that makes them to engage less in formal financial access. So to be able to address that, there needs to be formal financial education in all areas of the, across all boards, to be able to put all the women and youths on board formally. The other hurdle is to discourage the use of high collateral requirements, which discourages the low-income earners, of which the women and the youths belong, such that they hardly have access to credit in the Gambia. Thank you.
Thank you very much. I think there's a learning curve here. I can see improvement gradually, and your presentation to me was excellent, and you're able to present within time, and the issues were very clear, no complicated technical language, so to me it's very good. Thank you. Any comment from the, I want comments from the team, and let's check for those that are online virtually. If there are comments or questions, somebody helps us to capture that. They are part of the meeting. Please, any question? Any comment? Okay, you all agree with me that the presentation is excellent and the policy brief is very sound. Thank you very much. That's good. So let's have the next presenter. This one is so prompt here. The next presenter, number what? Can we check the program? Who is the next presenter? So that's Mata, Amara.
not my presentation.
Is that correct? Ah, okay. Please, do you have a presentation with them?
Karen. The paper 5, gender analysis of the impact of financial inclusion on poverty in Burundi. That should be the paper for presentation.
Yes. This one, this mobile number. Yes, she had told me there too. In fact, that's why he was coming to confirm. Okay.
Please, who is presenting? Number 9, online. Is he online? Okay.
Number 9, please. Babajide.
Okay, that's Babajide for Wowe.
Mm-hmm.
Okay, please. Do you have the paper so that you can put it on screen? So
yes, it's coming up on screen.
Okay.
And then we'll have number 10, Jacqueline, also online.
Okay, I think that's very good. If you can help us to give like the next 2, 3 presenters, I think that'll be good. So that I can get prepared. Thank you.
Babajide? Is he responding? Okay. No response. Jacqueline? Jacqueline, are you there?
Hi, I'm going to present.
Oh, thank you very much. Are you ready to come up, please?
I am. If you can hear.
Share the screen. Number 10.
Oh, okay. You want me to share my screen? Okay, sure. Sorry, just give me 1 second to get hold of my document. Okay, I'm going to try and share my screen. I can't. Oh, here we go. Share screen. Okay. Oh, it's not allowing me to share my screen. It's saying it's being disabled for participants.
I think we have been able to do it from this side. Can you see, Jacqueline?
That is not my one. My one is on COVID-19.
Yes, Jacqueline.
Can you hear me?
Yes, we can hear.
Yes, okay, that's my one. Yes, thank you. Okay, great. Can I go ahead? Okay, so just please tell me if you can't hear me. Okay, so this policy brief is about, these are our suggested policy responses to the gendered effects of the COVID-19 pandemic in South Africa, given that the lockdown cut quite severely down on the existing dimensions of inequality in South Africa. In this case, we are concerned with gender. And so our key policy suggestions are that, firstly, there is more comprehensive state funding for child and other kinds of care services. And secondly, that policy responses, the state has responded and provided some immediate policy responses to the lockdown, but these responses need to be more gender sensitive. Thanks. Okay, so the background, like I have just kind of already explained, is that we went into lockdown in March 2020 in South Africa. And as a result of our research, we can see that labor market outcomes did get slightly worse for women. The childcare burden certainly became worse for women, and we could see that women were more likely than men to switch out of the labor market and stay out of it. And it seems like these trajectories are linked to things like which kinds of jobs men and women sought into, because, for example, women, and particularly Black women, end up in tend to work in the services sector, and the services sector was particularly hard hit by the social distancing protocols of COVID-19. Okay, so what did the government actually do? That's my existing policy framework and the gaps. So South Africa already has a whole series of social grants, and one thing the government did was it topped up a lot of these grants. So that was like the old age pension, the disability grant, the child support grant, and so on. There were also two new grants that were in. The first one was a COVID-19 grant. This was provided for unemployed people with age who had no other income source. But there was a big outcry about this grant because it effectively excluded women who were collecting child support grants. But the child support grants are for the child. It's for the child, it's not for her. So in response to that, there was also the release of a caregiver social relief distress grant. So these two grants came out. Something else that they did was they adapted the unemployment insurance fund in order so that employers could get money out of this fund in order to pay their employees who are on furlough. So that was the UIF TERS policy. So although there was this policy response, women in general were underrepresented in terms of uptake for many of these grants because they tended to not be employed in the first place. So there is a big gender gap in South Africa. Men are much more likely to be employed than women. So in terms of picking up UIF and the COVID-19 grant, women were were less likely to be picking that up. Similarly, as I mentioned before, ECD, the ECD setup in South Africa is pretty informal. A lot of ECD centers are non-profit and they are not registered, and so it was very difficult for them to also take up the TERS, for example. And generally, it's been quite difficult for people to access these grants because the systems are just not so good. Okay, so our two main recommendations are firstly, I think that this was general need, or this need existed before COVID, the need for the state to fund childcare services, ECD centers, and also care for the elderly. And really that has been reinforced by COVID. So this is our first policy recommendation, is that there is a more comprehensive and like a proper policy to actually fund ECD centers and other kinds of care centers in South Africa, because overwhelmingly that job is done by women. Okay, and then you can scroll down a little bit and I'll just quickly wrap up and talk about the second policy recommendation, which is simply that there needs to be more of a gender sensitive approach when designing other kinds of policy responses. So I already spoke about how, for example, women were less likely to be picking up these other kinds of grants in the first place because of the existing setup, but also we need to address things like occupational sorting, which tends to mean that women were more vulnerable to job loss during COVID. Great, thank you so much.
Thank you very much for your presentation. Your presentation to me is quite good, but I discovered that maybe because of lack of time, you have not incorporated the comment that I sent to you last night. And we agreed that we're going to have, based on the discourse at this workshop, that we're going to have a uniform structure where we presented the structural frames for policy briefs so that we can have a uniform document for compilation. So I'll advise that you reformat your policy brief to follow the structure and the comments that I sent to you during, okay, you have a photo now. I didn't see, is that the photo you are putting in? Hello?
No,
okay.
I don't think so. Sorry,
okay. And also for the previous presentation, you did have a photo there, and the one or two comments were there. Please, I'll advise that you restructure your policy brief before final submission, so that we can all have uniform structure. In terms of your policy brief content, to me it's very good. The only thing is just to restructure according to the comments, and your presentation is also very clear. There are no technical jargons, and as a policymaker, I can relate with what you are presenting, and your recommendations are quite sound. Please work on the comments that was sent to you last night and restructure it, and we'll advise at the end of the presentation where to send. Basically, your completed policy brief should be sent to Cecilia, not to me. And I've made that comment. Send it to Cecilia. I believe that you have incorporated the comments. In your case, I think you still need to work on it, maybe for 20 minutes, 30 minutes, to restructure it before sending it to Cecilia. And for others who have presented, who have some comments, please do work on it. And for those that are putting in pictures or photos, try to reference it as we have agreed here. Thank you very much. Any comment or question for the last presenter? Okay, none. Thank you very much. We look forward to receive your final policy brief with comments effected. Thank you. The next, okay. The next
Thank you.
Yeah,
Team
okay.
Sierra Leone, please. Next. And then next, Team Eswatini. Be ready.
Good morning, everyone. I would want to start by apologizing that the picture presented here is the city, capital city, Freetown, but it was not taken by our group. So we'll try to replace it with enterprises. Our topic here is...
Sorry, you tried to replace it with another photo?
Another photo.
Okay, you reference it?
Yeah, based
okay,
on our topic.
Okay, okay.
We are dealing with financial inclusion for sustainable innovation and performance of Sierra Leone enterprises. Of course, we present the key issues there or message are the adoption and use of mobile money improve farms' ability to modernize. The credit restriction hinders farms' ability to innovate and to perform better. Policy directives to increase mobile money penetration rate in the country is highly necessary. When you go down further, the population that own bank account in Sierra Leone is very limited as compared to the basic benchmark as in the sub-Saharan Africa. The total population above 15 years that own account is giving 20%, So about 80% are without bank account. Male population, 25%, and female, very low, 15%, where the sub-Sahara is talking about above 42%. This is a concern. You take a look at Sierra Leone, specifically, greater proportion of the population comprised of women, over 51%, according to our last census reports. And women are greatly affected in financial management in any society. The reasons are obvious: lack of collateral, even the education to manage certain things, the confidence is not there, as compared to their male counterpart. How many people really own mobile phone in Sierra Leone? Of course, the percentage is still low, 11% of the total population above 15 years and above own mobile phone. For male, it's relatively high in their category. For female, they are always in the lower side in terms of advantages, those who own mobile. So, low financial inclusion pattern is also reflected among micro, small, and medium enterprises in the country. A survey was done in 2017 for about 150 firms. Just imagine, out of the 150 firms, only 48, that is 32% use mobile money for their transactions. That region, the use of financial instruments like this is lower as compared to their counterparts in, let's say, in East Africa, where we are now. Even those who use mobile money, who have and use it for transaction, they only use it to receive money, but not to transmit. So government, in turn, adopted a system in order to see how they can form a national strategy for financial inclusion. They even worked it out for 2017 to 2020. And there is support from financial technology innovation, where they capture a lot of this information. So enterprises can have access to resources. Bank of Sierra Leone also did that is central bank, to see how they can capture the system. The policy brief actually contains how mobile money use, credit constraints, and innovation performance among medium and small enterprises in Sierra Leone. When we take a look at our economy, it's comprised of a large number of people are in the informal sector, where they don't even want to cooperate because of several reasons, sometimes tax reasons they want to avoid, but they control the economy, so attention should be given. Also, gender issues, dimension, was taken into consideration, and government and the key development partners should also take those into consideration because of their importance in society. When women are given resources to manage, the impact is on their households as compared to their counterparts. We realize that in our analysis for policy issues, we want the policymakers to know that medium and small enterprises really, use of mobile money really has impact on their likelihood to innovate, you see, but that percentage actually in our system is about 34%, and on average. Credit constraints, when people want to do business, they don't have access to credit and they don't have the initial, obvious. It's a signal that we impact negatively on their ability to innovate. So we also find our firms face credit constraint, about 32%, less chance to introduce process innovation in their businesses. When people don't have resources, you want them to innovate. The first thing they will say, we don't have the capital. They may not have the incentive to innovate. So businesses are managed by men, and using mobile phone have greater chances to introduce process innovation than businesses managed by women and using mobile phone. That's how it's said. Policy recommendation, we try to actually look at, we want the central government to actually, you know, Sierra Leone is from conflict, even though it has taken like very close to 2 decades now, but the literature still shows that there are gaps in terms of availability of resources. Government has to pay much attention to that so that to reduce the challenges in there. Credit facility and insurance services should be integrated into mobile money platform so that government and the private sector that actually use this facility, they should work on a system where everybody should be encouraged to use this system. Why this is a good process, it is relevant to ensure that the services offered are provided should be on a variety basis so that it increases productivity. Our main aim is people should be encouraged to do businesses. And the only reason why people will see it as an incentive to do business is out of the profit they make. And more profit made in doing business improves lifestyle. It has a lot of channels that it will move in to improve the lifestyle of people, from having their children to have better education, among others. So there should be this consistent lack of significant gender gap in the impact of mobile money and credit constraint. When that happens, you see exactly the challenges. So one government to synchronize all these, to relax some of the restriction, rigidity. You know, the private sector, they are profit making, but government can work.
6, Team Benini, Burkina Faso. And then number 8, online. We hope you're getting ready. We hope you're getting ready. And number 9, online. Number 9, online. Technical team is getting up. Get ready, please.
I hope they are not taking my 5 minutes. Yeah. But I'll try and summarize to make it 2 minutes. Yes. Thanks, Chair. I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, and our policy brief is, I'm Soja Dlamini, by the way, and we Soja Dlamini, and with I think my second colleague is Bongiwe, and the 2 which are back home. Our policy brief is sustainable financial inclusion for women-owned firms in Eswatini, and basically based on our national development strategy, which goes up to 2022, we have identified sectors like agriculture and manufacturing as the one that are supposed to lead our economy in terms of economic growth and development, as well as aligning those with the Agenda 30 of the SDG. And basically, those sectors that we identify were found that they are mostly dominated by women-owned firms. And in Eswatini, most of the women-owned firms are those which are in agriculture and manufacturing, are operating informally. And also, when they are operating informally, they find it hard to access finance, more especially in the formal bank or formal financial institution. So they rely based on non-bank credit, or also what we know as informal credit. So basically, that will normally affect in terms of how they are doing their business performance, as well as the growth and also their productivity. And in terms of the results, what we found that the reason why these firms are basically more especially the female or women-owned firms are operating informally, or they didn't have access to formal bank financial institution or formal credit, is because one, they are informally. So when they approach financial institution, the formal financial institution, they need to be registered. So they are not registered. And secondly, what is required is that they need collateral. And these female-owned firms, they don't have those collateral. And thirdly, it's in terms of business skills. Most of them, they don't have those requirements that are pushed by financial institutions. And with our colleagues, we found that in terms of policy implication, where we feel like maybe so that we can push the agenda or meet the development goals of the country, because we are saying agriculture and manufacturing we identify, and is dominated by women-owned firms, and so that we can push that and achieve that development strategy, as well as align with the SDG 8 as well as SDG 10, so of inequalities and solve those problems. We came up with policy recommendation where we say maybe we need to cater for these informal female-owned firm, and we address the issues of their requirements, such as registration, the tax requirement, and also the financial collateral requirements that is required by the financial institution. And then the second one is in terms of training, where we felt like there is a need for adjusting in terms of like providing government and also financial institution assist in terms of business skills training for these female-owned firms. And I think in terms of that's what, in summary, in terms of what we have come up with our colleagues. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you very much for your insightful presentation. One thing that caught my attention, the structure of your policy is excellent. You also referred to, you connected your policy brief to SDG 8 and 10, which is very good, which is what we highlighted yesterday, that when you connect your policy brief to global development agenda or continental agenda, like we're talking about Agenda 26.3 of the African Union, and in terms of African climate change strategy, it makes your policy brief more appealing to policymakers. They want to read it. It's always connected to what they are doing that is on the table for hot debate. So to me, that's very good. Thank you.
Abdul Karim is presenting on behalf of the Burundi team, is online. So if you can beam his presentation, then he can be able to come up.
Hello. Good morning.
Abdul Karim, you can proceed.
Hello, can you hear me?
Yes, we can.
Okay. Good morning, all. I am Abdul Karim, and I will be presenting on behalf of Team Burundi. And our policy brief is on improving women's welfare in Burundi through inclusive finance. And even though inclusive finance continues to receive a global attention due to its relevance in the attainment of Sustainable Development Goals 1, 5, 8, and 10. However, the level of financial inclusion among women in fragile and post-conflict countries such as Burundi is extremely low. And as a way of key messages from our research, we found that in order to improve the welfare of women in Burundi, the level of financial inclusion among women must be increased significantly. And also, access to mobile money accounts the biggest impact on the effect of welfare of women in Burundi, and microfinance account ownership is limited among women in Burundi. And as a way of recommendation, we recommend that there is a need to establish a framework to enhance access to credit through mobile money platforms. And also there is an urgent need for restructuring the institutional framework governing microfinance institutions in order to improve women's participation. As earlier said, we say even though inclusive finance continues to receive a global attention, the level of financial inclusion among women in fragile and post-conflict countries such as Burundi continues to be extremely low, even by sub-regional standards. Although numerous efforts have been made to improve financial inclusion among women in Burundi, they have largely been unsuccessful, and this is probably due to the unstable institutions arising from the troubling history of Burundi, known for conflicts, and this persistent low level of financial inclusion among women in Burundi therefore casts doubt on the welfare enhancing impact of inclusive finance. As a way of key findings from the study, we found that 3 out of every 5 women reported having access to a mobile money account, compared to a little 1 in every 5. These are, we also found that women having access to either microfinance or bank, this revealed that mobile money account is the most preferred form of financial inclusion among women in Burundi. This is contrary to the existing literature that microfinance account ownership, which has been heralded as a panacea to poverty reduction among women, was unpopular among Burundian women. We have about 3 policy options. One is that we are urging that to restructure the policy framework guiding microfinance institutions in order to attract more women, and this has become necessary due to the low patronage of products by microfinance institutions by women in Burundi. Another policy option is that there should be assurance that mobile money operators or institutes have a small loan structure to make women have access to credit through their mobile money, especially that there is a favorable policy in Burundi which allows for
of that as you incorporate the global development agenda. You put in SDG 158 and
we have Team Benin coming up.
Oh, your policy brief is very beautiful.
Okay. Our policy brief is on climate resilience through dual-purpose crops for small-scale dairy farming in Benin. In response to livestock feed constraints, dairy farmers are increasingly exploring new options. And
Mother,
yes.
You're free to speak in French, please.
No, I will try English.
Okay. Just wanted to be sure.
Very good. Super.
Yes. And one such option is dual-purpose crops, which has a high potential to to simultaneous improving grain yields and livestock feed availability. In Benin, it's recognized that dual-purpose crops have positive effects on nutrition and also on adaptation to climate. However, policy recommendations do not consider climate variability across the country and the tolerance of each dual-purpose crops to the various climate regions. This policy brief aims to share evidence for dissemination of appropriate use of dual-purpose crops on dairy farms across the various climate regions of the country. Yeah. Next. Okay. Next, please. Some evidence. Please go down. Next. Okay. Some evidence from our research work are dual-purpose crops yields are affected particularly in some regions of Benin by climate parameters like rainfall, humidity, and temperature. And also the variation of humidity has negative effects on dual-purpose crops sorghum yields in Ghanaian climate region of the country. And also the variation of humidity have negative effects on dual-purpose sorghum yields, and also the annual yields of dual-purpose peanuts vary significantly with the temperature and also with humidity. Furthermore, copies seem to be more resilient to climate variation. Our policy recommendation, we have 3 policy recommendations. First, the choice of a dual-purpose crops to be extended or to be promoted in dairy farming must be made by climate region and according to the resistance of these crops to the climate factor of the region. Secondly, the choice of dual-purpose crops to be promoted must also consider the variety. Some variety of maize and sorghum are very sensitive and should not be promoted even in a region known favorable to this culture. Finally, the government must update or review his agricultural policy by integrate climate region, its variation, and particularity. Thank you.
Thank you very much for speaking English.
Okay. We've got to check on our online team whether they are ready. Bayan Dien. Or comments? Oh, yes, Prof.
Yes, I think your presentation is very good. The only thing is that your references, maybe you need to reduce them. There are 6, I can see there. If you can reduce them to like 3, that would be good. 6. Yeah, I've seen some of us put 5, but 6, maybe more. Maybe you can do 3. That would be fine. But overall, your presentation is good. And they're easy to comprehend. And you're okay. Thank you very much. Any comment from the participants, online and physically? Okay. We agree that it's okay. Thank you very much. You can sit down here. Please, is this participant presenting in French? Okay.
It's like we don't have a...
Merci, bonjour tout le monde. partage mon écran.
Please, can you put on your, if you can't speak French very well like myself, I can speak but not super, so, but I can hear, I can speak but not as good as maybe Martha, so, but I can.
C'est bon, je peux y aller.
Please continue, yeah.
Ok, merci. Alors, je vais présenter donc la note de politique économique portant sur le thème changement climatique en Afrique subsaharienne, une approche multidisciplinaire sur l'utilisation des énergies renouvelables. Alors, comme résumé, comme summary, executive summary, on a 4 points. D'abord, l'Afrique subsaharienne n'est pas responsable de la dégradation climatique, mais elle en subit les effets néfastes naturels et socio-économiques. Ensuite, elle peut néanmoins agir sur les émissions de gaz à effet de serre et contribuer à réduire le réchauffement planétaire. Enfin, les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne peuvent augmenter leur consommation énergétique pour répondre aux besoins de leurs économies sans altérer le climat mondial, mais à la condition de passer par une transition aux énergies renouvelables. En outre, pour cela, il faut changer les technologies de production, les habitudes de consommation et adapter les infrastructures. Alors, au niveau du contexte et de l'importance du problème, on a 2 points, la sévérité, le problème et sa sévérité. Alors, l'énergie mondiale fournie à partir de combustibles fossiles contribue à environ 60% des émissions de gaz à effet de serre qui sont responsables du changement climatique. Et il suffit de se pencher sur les différentes zones du continent pour constater les dégâts du changement climatique. En Afrique centrale, ce sont les baisses et les déficits des précipitations moyennes qui s'annoncent pour le XXe siècle. En Afrique du Sud-Est, des fortes précipitations et des inondations pluviales, en plus des crues des rivières, iront de pair avec des vents forts et des cyclones tropicaux. En Afrique australe et occidentale, il est constaté un accroissement des fortes précipitations et des inondations fluviales, de l'aridité, des sécheresses agricoles et écologiques associées à des conditions météorologiques d'incendie. Ça, c'est au niveau donc du problème de la sévérité. Alors, la nécessité d'agir. D'abord, les technologies des énergies renouvelables pourraient être déployées plus rapidement si des politiques énergétiques audacieuses réduisaient à la fois les impacts des combustibles fossiles tout en facilitant le financement des projets d'énergie renouvelable. Ensuite, dans tous les pays d'Afrique subsaharienne, les politiques économiques doivent être articulées autour d'une croissance fondée sur la transition énergétique flexible qui ne perturbe pas les structures économiques. Enfin, les entreprises, les États et les ménages des pays d'Afrique subsaharienne ont chacun des rôles à jouer dans les stratégies qu'il faut adopter. Alors, au niveau des résultats et des implications de politique économique, d'abord, des groupes de pays se sont formés selon l'importance des énergies renouvelables dans leur consommation énergétique totale et les types d'énergie renouvelables à privilégier. On a un premier groupe, la part des énergies renouvelables est faible, Mauritanie, Botswana, etc. Un second groupe dont la part des énergies renouvelables est assez faible, Burkina Faso, Mali, etc. Le groupe dont la part des énergies renouvelables est assez élevée, le Togo, le Sénégal, etc. Et puis, le dernier groupe dont la part des énergies renouvelables est élevée, Madagascar, Gabon, etc. Alors, selon les groupes, donc différents types d'énergie renouvelables sont à privilégier. Le constat est que tous les groupes ont intérêt à privilégier l'énergie solaire et l'énergie éolienne. Il y a des groupes qui peuvent se focaliser sur la géothermie, l'énergie hydroélectrique et la bioénergie. Alors, on a décliné deux implications de politique économique générale et spécifique. Les mesures générales sont les suivantes. Il faut améliorer la productivité par l'appui à l'utilisation des énergies renouvelables tout en maintenant ou en accroissant la consommation d'énergie. Il faut adopter des politiques d'innovation qui tiennent compte des problèmes climatiques et qui annihilent toute forme de verrouillage technologique. Il faut appuyer et stimuler la demande de technologies renouvelables par des conditions favorables à l'emploi. Il faut faciliter un redéploiement des emplois et la réorientation des capitaux. Il faut aussi faire des investissements infrastructurels adaptés aux technologies utilisant les énergies renouvelables. Il faut enfin encourager des technologies de production et d'exploitation des énergies renouvelables, photovoltaïque, biomasse, micro-hydroélectricité, biocombustible, etc., surtout pour la distribution de l'électricité. Ça, ce sont des mesures générales qui sont applicables au niveau des pays d'Afrique subsaharienne, mais il y a des mesures spécifiques, des mesures concrètes. Voilà les options. Il faut la tarification de la pollution ou des subventions à l'utilisation des ressources renouvelables. Il faut des exonérations et des crédits d'impôt pour les utilisateurs des énergies renouvelables. Il faut une élimination des subventions qui sont allouées à des secteurs utilisant fortement les énergies fossiles. Il faut une implémentation de programmes d'investissement dans les infrastructures des secteurs comme l'énergie et les transports. Il faut l'encadrement des rejets de polluants par des permis négociables. Il faut des subventions à l'achat d'équipements énergétiques qui sont respectueux de l'environnement, une imposition de normes d'efficacité énergétique dans la production industrielle. Il faut le soutien au rachat de l'électricité qui est d'origine renouvelable. Il faut implémenter les commandes publiques durables et enfin, il faut assurer des garanties de crédit bancaire pour les utilisateurs d'énergie renouvelable. Maintenant, le seul bémol dans tout ça, c'est que la forte présence du secteur informel peut réduire la capacité à appliquer les mesures proposées, surtout s'il s'agit de les financer par des recettes fiscales. La mise en œuvre de réformes budgétaires pour encourager les énergies renouvelables peut donc être handicapée par la faiblesse de la pression fiscale. Merci beaucoup.
Thank you very much for. Yeah, please, can you project the actual policy brief you want to submit? Please, can you project that? I just want to take a quick look. Hello, can you hear me?
Oui, je vous entends.
Yes, okay, thank you.
Je n'ai pas l'option de partage d'écran.
This not it, please.
Mais je peux l'envoyer tout juste à Cecilia, par exemple. Mais le mettre directement dans...
No, I know that at the beginning of your presentation, it was projected. I just want to see the topic. Or you have not sent it?
Ah si, j'avais envoyé la note de politique, mais c'est différent de ce que j'ai présenté, mais de façon plus synthétique.
Okay.
Je vais attendre
Anyway,
the
issue is that the one you projected that I saw quickly, before you shift to this one, the topic or the title need to be reframed. And that's like you're asking a question, which maybe you expect the policymakers to answer. I think in our discourse here, that will not be the objective of a policy brief. You should make a title that is attractive, that provides solution. So please, if what I saw earlier is the title, you need to work on it to make it solution oriented that will attract policymaker. And if you need my help, if you can quickly do it and send it while we are here, I can take a look at it. You have my email address, or you can send it to Cecilia. You can send it to me. I can quickly, so that you can quickly work on it in the next 1 hour before I final submission. I'll appreciate that. Then secondly, the policy your policy options are too many. You are putting 11. That's too many, 11. So that's too many policy recommendations. Maybe you can trim that to like 5 or 4. Then you can now zero down on the actual one. Thank you. That's fine. Any comment from the participants? Okay, please. Exactly.
Oh, okay. Oh, so I saw that some of the policy recommendations are a bit general. So it would be very good if you can be very specific. That will improve the work, maybe.
Thank you very much. I think that's also very good observation. I'm not too sure you sent me your policy brief. I didn't receive it, but kindly rework on it. Then I discovered that if a policymaker is listening to you, is not an expert in this field, possibly not understand most of the times. I can understand you. Maybe Nicholas can understand, and a couple of people can understand here. But for people in other fields, they might not understand. You use too much technical words that if you're not an expert in the field, it may be complicated. Please trim down your renewable energy technologies jargon, carbon capture storage, and all kinds of stuff. So people might not understand that. Remove those things, dilute it, dilute it for policymakers to be able to understand. On this note, I'll request that you please send me your revised policy notes so that I can look at it before your final submission. That's very important. Thank you very much.
D'accord. Merci bien.
On stage, we have our delegate from Benin still, but covering Sahel. Welcome, Mahamadi.
Thank you. My policy brief is on extreme climate event and conflict in the G5 Sahel countries. So I think that this is the one the professor was talking about. Yeah. Yeah.
He didn't send it.
Okay. I will start with the context for the sake of time. There has been an increase both in terms of extreme climate event and also in terms of number of conflicts in Sahel region. And also, at the same time, there is an increase in public debate whether there is any association between the two phenomena. At the UN, the former UN General Secretary stated that the Sudan crisis arrived in part of climate change. So there has been an increase in a debate from the policy side and also from the scholar side on any association between climate change and conflict. So at the same time, we observe that from the academic literature, there is no clear evidence on this association, and the debate is going back and forth. There is no consensus from the researchers, so we thought that it's interesting to look at from specific, to zoom on a specific region in Africa to see whether there is any association, any causal link between climate change and conflict. So what we found is that from the literature, we take time to really survey the literature and to look at the aspect of the studies that we have seen so far. And what we can retrieve from this literature is that the explanation for the controversy is that it comes from mostly from the difference between what's called climate change and what's called conflict. And also from our empirical analysis, we find that extreme climate events increase social unrest the same year and 1 year after. And also we find that this is not the same. When we distinguish social conflict from armed conflict, we find that there is no any association between armed conflict and climate events. So it means that the extreme climate event is associated more on soft conflict, social unrest, rather than armed clash. As a policy recommendation, we have 3 policy recommendations at the regional level. We think that governments should consider climate change when it comes in environmental policy, when it comes to the stabilization policy and security policy, because when we look at the G5 Sahel countries, they only focus on armed policies rather than how they can consider some aspect of climate change and environmental policy and even population dynamic to dampen social unrest in the region. At the country level, we think that the government should design a policy that target vulnerable group to climate event. And also they need to develop social safety net policies in order to decrease the effect of extreme climate event on conflict. And that's it. Thank you. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your presentation.
Yeah, I want to say something about the title, because I choose to state it in terms of question because there is a huge controversy on the subject. So I found the question attractive. People would likely be curious about whether we find the same as what has been going on in the literature or not. That's why, but I'm not.
You are not rigid
so
on it.
rigid on that.
Anyway, thank you very much for your presentation. And I would think that you need to rephrase that title. I think I sent a comment to you, and I think I highlight that title need to be rephrased. Policymakers they don't want to answer your questions. They want to see what solution you are proposing. We can sit together during lunch if you can work together to rephrase that. And I'm not too sure if you have incorporated the comment that I sent to you during, I think I sent that last night. Do you see it? Because I saw in your introduction, you are writing like an academic paper. You are putting references almost, I counted almost 9 or 10 references in your introduction. And you said sources cited, you put only 3. So I would think that in your introduction, you need to remove that. And recraft it. You're a researcher, I'm sure you know this. I think I don't need to emphasize this. As researchers, when we do even when we do review of literatures, you read it and recraft it in your own words. And I think you know this already, that we don't read literatures and just copy it and paste. You read it, you recraft it in your own words. You read it, you digest it, you assimilate it, and you write it in your own words. And then when you write it in your own words in your academic paper, you still reference it. That's the trend. You know, you don't. So otherwise, one could be accused of plagiarism, and that's a very serious academic offense. So, but even this one, the way you've written it, you wrote it like a literature, as if you are doing a contextual review of literature, and you so. I think you might need to remove those references like an academic paper, recraft it in your own words. You have seen your colleagues did that. Recraft that introduction in your own words. Remove those references, and at the down, the 3 sources cited. That's fine. Because if you say sources cited, you say 3, and up you mention 9. And to me, that is a problem because in your introduction alone, you already cite 9 literatures. Bogue 2011, this 2005, and I can count 9 because you are maybe it's even more than that. And now down, you cited only 3. That becomes it's becoming an academic paper. In fact, in terms of reference, I would just think that from our agreement there that we should just put maybe suggested further readings. References, I don't think they're too critical in this policy brief. If you choose to, that's fine. That's what we agreed on. But I think you need to revise that quickly. And then thank you very much. Yes, please.
Yeah, as a matter of general comment on citation, in academic writing, we cite academic works. In policy, in the policy circle, we back up the facts that we are providing to the policymaker. For example, if I say that when the flood happened in Durban, this number of people died, I need the policymaker to know that I'm not cooking that number, I took it from somewhere. I don't direct him to academic literature. I give him facts to justify the problem, and after I finish to give him the facts, the rest of the thing, I'm talking to him as an expert. So he needs to believe me. So I'm writing in my own terms. So I have to limit citation. I have to tell him what I have done and what I have found. But I must convince him that what I have done is reliable. That is why you rather put a small portion. And I think the emphasis of the fact that the work should have been peer reviewed becomes important. Then you don't need to cite. You just say what you've done and then speak to him authoritatively. Don't be meek anymore. You are telling him that you are the expert in this area when it comes to technical issues, and you are passing the knowledge to him now for him to use it.
I think what you have said is very, very insightful, and because you're telling possibly most of your policy documents will be read, like I said earlier, by advisors to these maybe vice president, to ministers, who possibly are expert in that field. So like he has said, they should believe what you're saying. You're an expert, you are talking as someone who has mastery of this. So what he said is absolutely correct. Please, other comments from the participants and those connecting virtually? Okay, let's continue. We've done a good job too. Let's not put that on the ground. So work together during lunch to try to work on it now. Thank you very much.
Yeah, thank you very much for the comment. This
Thank
is the issues I am aware of and I will work on.
Thank you very much.
We proceed with someone from online, Perez. Professor, unfortunately, you did not receive this paper, so you've not reviewed the brief, but allow us to have her present.
That's okay.
Perez. And then I'm not getting many feedback from the team online on who is available. I've tried to chat them. So this may be the last online presentation unless someone else comes up. And I believe also for us present here, we don't have anyone who has not presented.
Please, is there anyone who has not presented here? So we're all done. So it's the online virtual people that are holding us down. How many online people do we have left?
We have one who is ready to present.
Now?
Yes.
Good.
The others are not responding to the message.
How many are left? Please, can you help us so that we know?
Okay. Dr. I see some coming up now. Okay. So we have to will come up. We'll see whether we'll get any more.
Okay, thank you so much for your assistance. Thank you.
So could I proceed?
Yes, Therese.
Thank you very much, Cecilia. Colleagues and participants have been following this training online because I was not able to get full permission to be away. And we have been working in a research project titled Gendered Poverty, Socioeconomic and Health Impacts of COVID-19 in Kenya, which is led by George Kosimbei and others. And one of the objectives in the project was to assess the coping mechanisms that girls and women use to respond to impacts of income loss due to COVID-19. And around that objective, as I followed the training, I have been able to put up the policy brief on behalf of my team, which I want to present. The objective was coined from the perspective of the big question on whether use of negative coping mechanisms such as early or child marriage, forced marriage, and transactional sex increased during the pandemic, which would then put into jeopardy the successes that have been made in achievement of gender equality and women empowerment. So allow me then to go ahead and just present what I have prepared. And sorry, Prof, you didn't get this, but hoping that I could get comments which could help to improve it. Thinking around a catchy topic, I have talked about increased use of negative coping mechanisms by girls and women during COVID-19 challenges progress towards gender equality in Kenya. In the executive summary, increased difficulties and challenges due to loss of employment and incomes during COVID-19 led to increased use of negative coping mechanisms among girls and women. A household survey in 4 informal settlements in Kenya in September 2021 showed that 57% of households lost employment and 24% lost all income. Use of negative coping mechanisms such as transactional sex, child and early marriage among girls and women increased, and this became an easy way of getting resources to access food and other basic needs, as well as to escape from deprivation and household conflicts that increase due to the loss of incomes. The long-term consequences of these coping strategies is increase in number of women who lack skills for effective participation in labor markets and resource dependence, which heighten inequality due to school dropouts. Social protection programs to cushion households who lose employment during crisis, and support to girls and young women to access sanitary products and mentorship activities can prevent or reduce use of negative coping strategies among girls and young women to enhance realization of gender inequality and women empowerment. So just something around the introduction is embedded in elimination of all harmful practices such as child, early and forced marriage, elimination of all forms of violence against all women and girls in various spheres are two of the main targets of the 5th Sustainable Development Goal that seeks to achieve gender equality and empower women and girls by 2030. It is believed that empowering women and girls has a multiplier effect and helps drive up economic growth and development across the board. And therefore, economic shocks that disproportionately affect women and girls require urgent attention to sustain the gains realized over the years. I refer to something that was cited by the Coalition for Women, Economic Empowerment and Equality that mentions that women suffer disproportionate and heightened vulnerability during crisis, because of their overrepresentation in the informal sector, which we appreciate in Kenya, suffered adversely the effects of the pandemic. And also there is work that was done by Pinochet and al. That noted that the pandemic had a potential to increase the risk of women and girls engaging in negative coping mechanisms such as child, early or forced marriage and transactional sex, which would threaten progress made towards gender equality and gender-based violence. Now, most studies that have looked at coping strategies that have been employed did not focus on analysis of the use of these negative coping mechanisms, but most looked at reliance on social support systems, eating less, reducing consumption of foods, and borrowing and relying on cash transfers from government and other sources. So this particular brief is based on the findings from the survey we conducted that confirms that there was deliberate decision to use some of these risky and negative coping mechanisms by women and girls to actually mitigate the impacts of income loss during COVID-19. So in the section of the results, I present the evidence that there was loss of household livelihoods during COVID-19 due to loss of employment, and therefore loss of income was recorded in a number of households. In the overall sample that we had, 57% lost employment and 63% of the females and 51% of males reporting loss of employment. There was also total loss of income in 24% of households in the sample, with male-headed households being more of those who suffered total loss of income. We also demonstrate evidence that these losses were spread differently across the different informal settlements that we selected both in Nairobi and Kisumu city counties. The challenges and difficulties that were faced by women and girls during this period due to the losses, we established that apart from the reduced nutrition at family level, girls and women, because of their unique preferences and needs, had to suffer inability to access personal use products, and some were actually not able to pay their house rents, and therefore mainly resorting to different ways of coping with the income losses. We established that young girls in the age bracket of 10 to 14 years were more engaged in child labor, hawking and begging, with some seeking help from boyfriends.
The time is gone, please. Can you try to summarize?
Yeah, and then we also established the increase in all the forms of negative coping mechanisms that had been indicated in the context that I presented. So our policy recommendations is that early and timely government and other institutional responses to loss of livelihoods and income can avert negative coping mechanisms that can either lead to increased vulnerabilities for women and increased inequalities. The government departments of gender, both at national and county levels, private institutions and non-governmental organizations, should facilitate economic empowerment programs that generate employment opportunities with stable incomes for women, and business development programs and financial programs targeted at women entrepreneurs will be critical for effective recovery, given that majority of female-headed households' livelihood sources were completely lost or decreased due to the shocks of COVID-19. And another one is all government interventions that seek to cushion households from income shocks and targeted at vulnerable women should be open and transparent manner that is free from harm, manipulation, and abuse of the rights of vulnerable girls and women, and prevent sexual violence towards them, because we noted that during the enlistment in the programs that were benefiting women, some of them were exposed to sexual abuse. During crisis, and those experienced, such as those experienced during the pandemic, that occasion long school closures, the government through the Ministry of Education should create activities that ensure all students are kept busy, and programs that enhance continuous learning for school and college-going girls can avert early marriage and negative consequences on the girls and women. And through partnership, community-based organization, religious institution, and county government departments for gender, youth, and cultural services should form should design and implement sensitization forums targeted at girls and young women to influence their attitudes towards early marriage or submitting to sexual demands as a way of solving financial challenges. This can yield benefits and sustain the positive gains in the efforts to social and economic empowerment of women. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for making time to present your policy. And maybe there might be some need for some interaction. If the participant has the time, maybe we can create 10 minutes to discuss. But otherwise, the document or the presentation needs to be totally rewritten. It's an interim report. If you look at the place she put introduction, in bracket, context and importance, it's like a research, like a writing statement of problem or whatever. So, and I remember what Professor Nicholas mentioned in the last, with last presenter, that you are talking as an expert who understand this, you know. You're not, it's not like you are doing literature review. What has been done in that section is more of literature review. And that's not what policy makers want to hear. And the other structure does not reflect the discourse for policy brief that we have learned here. And the title, I counted, is almost like 22 words. So it doesn't fit into what will be catchy. So I'll stop at this so that I don't talk to Dr. Ojo, please, you can take over.
Yeah, and thanks so very much, Professor Delega. I think the main thing here is just for us to understand we're trying to sell an idea for people to use for the society. And a word I want you to write down is parsimony. Parsimony means how do you communicate an idea with the least sets of sentences? Can I say that again? Parsimony means how do you communicate knowledge with the least sentences without compromising the meaning. Keep in mind that the audience you are writing a policy brief for is not the same audience you're writing a journal paper for. And parsimony is something that you really need to pay attention to. Right from the title, you should signal that this is an idea the reader must buy. You cannot write it in an academic way. If you try write it in an academic way, you will lose the originality of the work you've done, you will lose the meaning, and the reader, who is actually the policymaker, will lose you. And keep in mind that they don't have time. They don't, and they also don't, they don't like all these big words in English. And the last point I would really want to make is this. Please, 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 think of this as you trying to convince this person to give you like $1 million to expand your idea. Sell it. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Dr. Ojo, for that comment. I also forgot to add one thing to it. In the presentation, there are too many technical words that anybody not in your field will not, you lose them. They will be tired of. Yes, for researchers, yes, they are happy with those big technical words. But in this particular case, that needs to be diluted and the document needs rewritten as far as I'm concerned. Thank you. Any comment from the participant here and those online? Professor Nicholas, you have a comment? Yeah.
I think I just want to emphasize, when you talk about parsimony, I think it's a term that economists understand very well, especially econometricians. When you estimate a model that is not parsimonious, it creates noise. So even your statistical processes complain that you've put too many variables. In the same way, when you communicate with too much writing, you write something, you say in other words, it leads to noise. I was telling my colleague that if you put a statement and that statement doesn't have a use, then you take it out. And in a sentence, if you put a word, ask yourself, is this word necessary? It must really be straight to the point. And I think that we should be thinking in the same way as these people who advertise think. Whenever they are throwing an advert, they choose their words very carefully in such a way that you who do not understand their technical terms, when you see it, you are willing to buy whatever technical product. So somebody can take a technological gadget that you don't understand how it works, and he tells you, the user, in simple words, why you need it. And I think that is what I would add to that. What I've also observed is that many of our colleagues are writing as if they are writing to us academicians, so that they have to convince us with much literature to make sure that they have exhausted the literature, and here then is the contribution of this research. But that is not the point.
Much. So basically, we need a paradigm shift in the way we think. Drop our researchers' cap momentarily, put on policymakers' cap. After I can drop it and pick it up again, it's always there. You can pick it up, it's always there. You do me lost. Yeah, thank you. Any other comment from here? Okay, to the presenter, apologies if our comments are too harsh, but we just have to do it that way. Thank you very much. The next presenter.
No, Prof, not necessarily. I've noted the comments and I've heard you. I think I'm going to rework the document and share. Thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you so much for taking our comments in good faith. Appreciated. Yes. The next presenter, if we still have time, yeah.
Tanaziri, online. Sorry I missed you. You've been present all the time, waiting for your time to come. And I didn't call out your name. Welcome, Dr.
Thank you. Thank you very much to the facilitators. Are you sharing my brief?
Yes, the technical team should be showing up. Presentation number 8.
Okay. Okay. Then as you're putting that up, maybe I'll start in the interest of time. Thank you very much for accommodating us online. My name is Elizabeth. I'm presenting on behalf of my colleagues, Martin Mwale and Tommy Kamninga. We were working on a proposal or on a research project that was looking at inclusive finance for women and youth in the DRC and Mozambique. And so we had 2 outstanding results, one for each country. So we have structured our policy brief based on just one of the findings. So the title of our policy brief is Targeted Household Credit Reduces School Dropouts for Girls in Fragile States. We would like to think about our brief as being objective, and perhaps the brief that you have does not have a source of the image that we have there, but we will add to that, or we'll add that to our brief. So as a way of a summary, we acknowledge that SDG 4 talks about, inclusive and equitable quality of education for promotion of lifelong learning opportunities. And also SDG 3 talks about improved health and well-being, and that education or educating girls could be one of the pathways of realizing that goal according to resources. UNESCO also advocates for educating girls, and that if we educated all women up to primary school, at least we would have 15% fewer child deaths. And if we educated 50% of all women, we would at least up to secondary school, we would have fewer deaths. Or if we educated women up to secondary school, we would have up to 50% a decline in child deaths. So we also recognize that when households are liquidity constrained, I don't know whether that is a flamboyant word, but we tend to realize that when households have a shock in income, they tend to compromise on educating girls compared to boys. And this is likely to be even worse a scenario in fragile or post-conflict states. So one way of improving households' resilience, or at least recovery in these types of states, is to give them access to finance, such as credit, to improve on their consumption smoothing and investment. And so what we find is that targeted household credit to education reduces female school dropouts by 58.7%. And we're saying that this type of credit or this type of investment in females does not compromise in any way investment in the male or in the boy child. Okay, so in terms of context, we still have a lot of children out of school. That is about 263 million, despite there's so many policies such as free primary education or universal secondary education that are out there. And institutions such as World Bank argue that limited education opportunities for girls and other barriers to completing 12 years of education also leads to losses in productivity and earnings for countries to the tune of about 30 trillion. Okay, so we realize that in fragile countries or fragile states, women and children suffer the most. And how do they suffer? In form of lost education, they're pulled out of school, sexual violence, poor access to medical care. In the setting of Mozambique, where we have up to 800 people being displaced, we've seen as high as 94% children leaving primary school, up to 11% leaving secondary school. Child brides have been, at a record of about 50% of all girls that are displaced, and youth unemployment also increases. So access to finance, we believe, is proven to be credible as a pathway to reducing poverty and inequality, as households are able to just more than consumption, as we've said, and also invest. And the returns to these investments can then be used to, afford healthcare and education for their children. So what do we find as a result, and therefore policy implications? Credit that is targeted towards education is far better in as far as it reduces dropouts by 58% compared to generic type of credit, non-targeted credit. And so what we say here is that it allows households, such credit, allows households to be focused on only that type of expenditure. Then what is the implication of this? Is that if credit providers or proponents of financial inclusion can try and provide products that cater to household needs, that will take us a long way. And how does this fit into other policies that are out there? Policies such as free primary education are likely to only cater to tuition, but they are non-tuition expenses to households, and we believe that with liquidity constraints, subsequent credit provision that is targeted to education can help such households to at least cater to the non-tuition fees or rather non-tuition needs of households. Therefore, we're saying that as a way of recommendation, we're suggesting that education policies should make provision for access to education-related credit products, for instance, edu-loans, and that these products should also be made accessible from your non-mainstream financial institutions such as microfinance, or micro lenders who are also likely to be located in communities in rural areas where your banks are less likely to locate. And this is the case, so especially in fragile states where we find that mainstream financial institutions are less likely to locate in rural areas because of the fragility. Thank you very much for your attention.
Thank you very much, Dr. Elizabeth, for your presentation. It's one of the presentations that passed through without any correction. It's an excellent piece and a sample and a model. To me, if you look at something she put there, part of this we're learning during our discourse is that even when your work is big, you can just select one aspect of it, which she has done. She just select one of it and did a brief on it. That means she can even do multiple series, and she included global current debate. You know, the work to me is a masterpiece. It's very, very good. It's something we can use as a model. So you have done an excellent work. And when I read it last night, I was very, very happy that, look, this is a showpiece of what we have learned here. You've incorporated it. I'm very, very pleased. So thank you very much. Congratulations for that excellent delivery. Thank you so much.
Yeah. You know, interestingly,
thank you very much.
You know, interestingly, we spoke about this, and this is purely parsimony. 2 pages. Do you observe the shortness of it? And see how much was communicated within an empirical context and the global reality. And look at the first paragraph. In the first paragraph, she signaled 2 SDG goals. First paragraph. By signaling, please can you scroll to the first paragraph? Who is with the, scroll to the first paragraph at the top. Thank you. Just that first paragraph, she signaled precisely the value of the idea within the context globally and within the literature. To be honest with you, this is an exemplar, and she's used parsimony, and I think we really need to emphasize how this has actually mirrored precisely those 4 points that Professor Adelegon was speaking to. My dear sister in Stellenbosch, thank you very much. We are proud to be South African researchers. Thank you.
Just like we are proud to be in other countries, Burundi, we are proud to be. Thank you very much. Any comment from the group?
Thank you.
I'm sure Professor Nicholas wants to say something, the way he's blinking.
No, I had already, from the time that she just did the context, I was interested to actually read her brief. So, yeah.
I said the title is very catchy and very, very good. Any comment from those online? Yes, please. You want to comment? Yes.
To go this way without highlight.
Yes, we mentioned that during the discourse we said is your choice. You can do highlight, you can do executive summary. Is if you are comfortable to do highlight, is good. If you do executive summary, is good. Both ways are good. What we have done, highlight good, executive summary is also good. Both ways, nothing wrong. Yes. Sense of any further comment? I think I understand that there are 7 participants. I understand there are 7 participants who are virtual, who have not, maybe they've not finished the brief or they have not sent it. So on this note, I will ask us to go for lunch. And then when we come back, I'm sure Cecilia or Natalie will help us follow up with them. It's very, very good in the interest of our deliverables. There's a policy brief that we present so that we can all learn from our presentation, that we can have positive comments that can help us revise it. I'll be very happy to have the remaining 7 presenter come after lunch, but if they don't come, that's okay. There's nothing we can do about that one. And so we go for lunch, and then we come back 2 p.m. Am I right? Yeah. Thank you so much for connecting.
Just to assess precisely what we have done over the past 3 days. And the whole essence is just to get the kind of feedback that can assist us for subsequent support, especially to evaluate what is the kind of experiences you've taken out of this whole process. So if you can, just scan the QR code, and if your phone can scan, you can just type in that link, bit.ly 3ydfxfw will take you there. But preferably just scan the code, and we'll give you some few minutes just for you to complete the evaluation, and you will be able to get the feedback. And what I will do as you are doing this is I can monitor how many people are completing, and I'll be able to tell you in real time. Yeah, it's on the screen. Yeah. I will show it. Yeah, show it. So please, we need that feedback. That feedback will be really very good for us, because at the end of the day, this is a very symbiotic relationship, and is a whole co-creation of knowledge. So both as facilitators as well as participants, because we are stakeholders in a symbiotic relationship, feeding on each other's knowledge to further create, better knowledge going forward. So we really appreciate your honest feedback. And remember that the feedback we get is anonymous, so we don't know who you are. We just get the general report, and that definitely will go a long way to help us. So please feel free to respond. We'll give it some few minutes. Yeah, absolutely. Yeah, I will. I will show the results. Yeah. So we'll just give about 5 minutes. It's very few questions, but they are targeted at getting that feedback from you. So 5 minutes. You can also log in on your laptop, and then we can take it off from there. I will do this I will scan the QR code myself and see the responses coming in. Thank you very much. Please scan the QR code. Automatically, you'll be able to see it. And let's get your feedback, please. Yeah, I just want to give them some few minutes and I will project it. I will have them, they will need to switch. Yeah. So please, we just need your feedback. It's basically to build forward better in terms of the knowledge we've co-created and making sure that the kind of policy briefs we produce going forward is usable, you know, and we need that kind of support. So we need that kind of feedback from you. And the good thing about completing this is that it is fully anonymous. We don't identify that who you are precisely. The data is aggregated, and we use the data as facilitated in the 2 sessions to support the kind of work we're doing. So thank you so very much. We really appreciate that. Thank you. It's very quick to complete, and then we will be able to hand over to the Director of Research for the closing. Thank you. Yes. Pull back a bit, a little back, yeah, that's it. Okay, so colleagues, we just want to confirm that you're done so that at least we can hand over to yes, I will switch so that we can see the results, and then we can use the result also as a form of real-time feedback in terms of what we use. So, but in the meantime, I will just give the floor to the Director of Research, and then on the screen, you see the projection of the results we've been able to get. So thank you. Yeah, thank you very much.
Please, Director.
No, it's a simple closing ceremony we have. Thank you so much for your feedback. So first we want to hear from the trainers. No, from the, Diana, is it from the trainers? From our colleagues. So which means we can project now the results because that's your feedback. Or anybody who wants to say anything to ARC, this is your moment. So you are giving feedback, but also we are happy to listen to you. So anybody who has ideas, suggestions, you are most welcome. And those participants also online, I'm sure they are there somewhere, who want to share their experience. If the virtual meeting worked well, anything. So I'll give a moment to our participants. It looks you have been tired. You seem maybe very happy. Maybe we should hear a little applause to our trainers. Chief, you want to say a few things to, yeah.
Thank you very much. I repeat again, I want to thank ARC again for the opportunity to be one of the lead trainer for this workshop. Then we've had very amazing participants who are very much eager to learn. And the very interesting we observe in this workshop is that we have researchers who are well versed in their research, but they are learning now to drop their research cap and be able to take up another cap of a policymaker. And initially it was difficult, but by the end of the 3 days workshop, they have mastered the art. They have now learned to drop their research cap, take on the policymaker's cap. Later they can pick that up again. And that is quite evident in the quality of the policy briefs that we have seen in our group, Team B, and I think Team A also. The policy briefs are sharp, they are succinct, and they are briefs that can be used by policymakers. Thank you very much. I think it's quite nice. Yeah.
Thank you so much. So from my side, I would like also to thank the entire ARC Secretariat who have been working with us to make sure this workshop takes place. All of you know Diana. Diana, are you there? Dr. Diana, she's the research manager, and we should all thank her for leadership she has given. And then Cecilia, are you there? Yes, Cecilia, you know, she's been the person behind these communications, and Natalie is over there. Yes. So if you don't mind, we give them a round of applause. Last but not least, Sheila is here, who's holding the purse. I'm sure when you see her, you get itching in your palms. Sheila, you have some messages. Please come.
Okay. It's okay. Okay. Good evening, everyone. Good evening, everyone. Maybe my message today is not so long. I've just been told that people have been asking questions about the accounting and everything. So maybe I would just give you a brief about it. Some of you, we've been having challenges. We've been having quite some numerous exchanges, and it has taken even up to 2 months for me to be able to pay you. I think that's not a good thing, and it's good to make things to be simple so that work can move as fast as possible. Maybe first and foremost, for this grant we are almost finishing, but in future whenever you have an ARC grant, now that we are doing things online, please don't take pictures and send to us. Just take your time and scan the whole document as one and return it neatly, because this document, when you bring it to us, it is also used for other things, and you don't want to use things that don't look very nice in terms of payment, and even for the auditors to come and see. So that is one thing. Secondly, when you're doing your accounting, please don't take pictures of those receipts. We need scanned documents. Just scan those receipts and send to us.
Yeah, I think you know, we all share these lapses. So as researchers, I can tell you my own experience back in the day, and even, you know, in my work life, when you go to missions and you come back to claim taxi tickets and all this, it seems very demanding, but for people in accounting, it makes their life easier. If you don't submit your claim nicely, it will take also a long time to process it. Sheila is the only one we have in research. And imagine she's receiving from all of you and those in the attending online. And this is just 3 projects. We have now 16 projects. But then we have also the other research arm. We call it thematic, where we also offer grants for researchers, about 100 of them. They will be coming actually, we'll be having this biannual. I don't know how much you know about it. Every year we have two major workshops. It's a mentoring workshop actually by ARC. We call it thematic research. So I want to encourage you to apply for that as well. It's an open-ended invitation. That means you can log in anytime and submit a proposal, and if it's good, you get minimum 10,000, 9,000, 12,000, depending on the quality. Once you have submitted and there is a bit of delay, send emails. Just be polite, but don't stop sending emails. Keep on pushing the pressure. Because we are a small team, and processing your proposal takes time, because it's competitive, you know. So when you submit a proposal, usually the review process for eligibility to get a grant is as follows. Actually, it's about 5 steps. That's why we get a bit of delay. My colleague Scholar here, Dr. Scholar, I should have, she's the one managing now, for instance, the entire thematic research program. Yeah. So when you submit a proposal, she's the one who picks it up from what we call the research management system. It's called RMS. It's not a perfect system. I'm the first to acknowledge that. It has its own difficulties. But once she gets it, she skims through the proposal to see that it has complied with our templates. We offer a simple template, but usually, I mean, sometimes you get researchers with 60 pages of proposal. You know, we have a maximum limit of 15 pages, and then you have to have a structure. You know, the title needs to be neat. It's a process of learning. So we evaluate everything from the title. Because if the title is not representative of what you have put in the proposal, it seems there is a bit of still learning left for you to, some people, for instance, they say dynamics of date, and then they write about something else inside the proposal. So it's a process of building capacity. From the title, we go into your abstract, how well you have articulated your purpose. You know, the abstract is like, if you meet me on the elevator and you want to tell me about your research proposal and we are taking the flight to 5th floor, would you be able to tell me what exactly you want to do? That's what abstract means. So it should be very, very brief. This is a problem, this is how I want to do it, and this is its potential contribution. So the introduction, the methodologies, the empirical strategies, the theory, etc. But most importantly, all of you are experienced researchers. You have done your PhDs. Most of our thematic research program participants are postdocs. All of them have done their PhD. So it's not a place to learn to do research. It's a place to strengthen your muscle. It's like a gym. Not for people like me. Okay, walk in the park is for me, but for young guys, you know, you want to do and strengthen your muscle, you have to go to the gym. If you leave it like that, you know, you get easily tired. So that is what the thematic research is. So we meet every 6 months, and we have a good mentoring program, which means once your proposal hits the momentum, a reviewer says, okay, this is a good proposal, so we can fund it. Immediately it comes back to us. Usually the delay is reviewers, they are out there, and then you researchers, you are out there, and the scholar is just herself, and maybe me, Diana, helping her. And we receive a number of proposals. But I encourage you, really it's a good opportunity, and once you also become part of the mentoring process, you will be mentoring others as well, because you will be providing feedback to other researchers. It's a very nice way of developing your skills. We have a lot of other technical workshops in econometrics, in impact evaluation techniques, in time series, panel data economy, time series. So there are a lot of things ARC does. So please visit the website once in a while. It's a good opportunity for you. So this is just a message from our side. So let me see what we have here to conclude. Oh, the evaluation has come.
Can you speak to it for 5 minutes?
Yes, yes.
Can you hear me pull it up, please? Yeah. So this is actually the evaluation. So far we had 19 responses. I will just enlarge this a bit. And as you can see, the responses are quite good for both sessions. So in terms of the expectation of the participant combined, more people said their expectations were exceeded. And combined, if you could see, it's 100% in terms of exceeding expectations, which is really very good. And we thank you for that kind of feedback. In terms of, why is it not moving? Sorry, there is no response from my side. I think there seems to be a bit of delay. Okay, awesome. So in terms of the assessment of the quality and content with respect to the policy brief, you can see everything went well, excellent. I mean, literally 68.4%. If we combine, you could see that the feedback is quite a positive one. So in terms of the relevance, for day one, the issues around the relevance of the content across all the modules, you can see that excellent is the blue bar, and everything went quite extensively well, which we're happy with. And the same thing for day two, which we're really very happy with. Same thing for day three. As you can see, the blue bar is actually the one signifying is excellent. And in terms of the individual presentations, there seems to be a somewhat response by one person, which is also good feedback. But over time, we're very convinced that people will make that kind of paradigm shift from academic writing to actually writing for non-academic audience. So we're quite confident. And in terms of the general comments, people are saying thanks for an excellent session. The training has been very enlightening. I really appreciate AERC for the opportunity. So, Director of Research, sir, it shows you are doing a good job, and you can see that they are really thanking AERC. Overall, very good, but the time wasn't sufficient, so maybe they want, I don't know, maybe, you know, I'm not speaking for them. So they can, so overall, practical example assisted in making some aspects easy, similar workshop for a longer time, excellent. I've learned a lot from the training, more time required to synthesize all the modules. I really like the training sessions as well as the presentations. The training sessions were amazing and very useful. All has been excellent, great tips and tools on disseminating research output. The online participation was not very effective as voice, and is actually because of the internet disparity across Africa. We don't have control over that. So it's something that we just have to take into consideration for subsequent ones. So thank you for simplifying policy brief training. The training was indeed useful. And that is the kind of feedback we got in terms of the relevance. So in terms of the satisfaction, which is the last part, most people are saying that they are very satisfied. You can see the blue bar. The blue bar is very conspicuous. Same thing with day two, and same thing with day three. As you can see, so the blue bar, which signifies very satisfied, is really quite prominent, and you can see the general comment. Very satisfactory. The training was very helpful, very interesting also. Very hands-on tips. He uses modern communication tools help me appreciate the role in sharing research and in engaging with various stakeholders, good, satisfactory. And this is the last part, you know, deep reflections. People were talking about infographics, tags, social media used to communicate, policy briefs and blogs, Twitter, blogs, infographics, social media, LinkedIn. And yes, so everybody said that they will recommend that this workshop be taken by other African researchers subsequently, and they're giving comments. So, and they want us to increase the practical session, increase the number of days, allocate more time, should be purely physical by including the use of new software and training, clear structure, put participants in smaller groups. Everybody said they will recommend it. 5 people said they won't, which is okay. We live in a world where people have their say. Yeah, which is okay, you know. And in terms of the interactive, how interactive the session has been, majority said it's been super interactive. And I personally believe that the people also responding are also online. So, I mean, it's also a good feedback that they were able to get their feedback. Was the participation encouraged? Yes. And nobody said there was no participation, which is very good feedback. And did you get a chance to network with people? I'm sure people did network. I've made new friends that I will keep. And then do you feel competent and confident at the end of the training? Everybody said yes, which is really very positive. Your comments, thanks. And everybody said yes, they will recommend it. So everyone said, so for saying yes that you recommend this to another African researcher, give yourself a round of applause. I'm done. Thank you.
Yeah, I think this is excellent feedback. I'm sure we'll make it better. So, which means there is always room for improvement. Yes, Scholar. Ah. Okay, so let's hear.
Hello. Hello. Can everybody hear me?
So we can hear you. Please make it short.
Okay. Well, thank you so much, the director. This is Elizabeth speaking. Okay, I can hear my echo. But I think I wanted to thank you to start with as the research director for your leadership and under these tough times for actually making it possible for a hybrid session like this. We're really, really grateful that we couldn't make it, but we have not missed out in any way. So thank you very, very much for making this possible and for your team. We would also like to thank you for the choice of the facilitators that you got for us, who have been exceptionally patient with us because we all are different levels in terms of, community dissemination, technical skills, even technological skills, but they've really been patient with us. We thank you so much for that choice of facilitators. But I'd also like to thank my fellow researchers for coming this far. We've really come from afar, but we've made it. Thank you so much. And I would like to encourage all of us to take these points or the learnings forward, because we don't know when we're going to need the tools we have learned this time around. So thank you very, very much, Abebe. Really, we can see your leadership taking AERC to another level. So that's all I wanted to say. Thank you.
Wow. I would have let you speak forever. But thank you so much. Really, you are very generous and very kind. Yes, I mean, it's true. Those of us in the Secretariat work hard to mobilize resources. Ultimately, that is devoted to advanced research, training, and policy impact in Africa. And you have no idea how much we strive to sell the mission and vision of AARC. And let me tell you, it's not easy. You have skeptics, we have others who have better value proposition probably, but AARC is thriving thanks to you. So the more you demonstrate seriousness in your research and complete the works that you have been, given the opportunity to do so, especially in publishing your work in credible journals, then ARC thrives because we become centers of excellence, and we can proudly, you have no idea, when we make presentations to our grant offering institutions, we say yes, we want our researchers to publish in internationally recognized journals, books, and we want to show you around, some of you who succeed to become policy leaders in international organizations. I say myself a lot of times, I think I've finished that one, because I started with the ARC myself. So the executive director himself started with ARC. So whenever we sit on the table to mobilize resources, this is the impact, the feedback that we take there and continue to give opportunities for others through the generations. And my hope is also African governments step up and support ARC to continue to be a leader in economic research in Africa. 4,300 we have counted. African economists have been touched by ARC in the last 30 years. It's not an easy number. At the African Development Bank, where I was division chief and also research director there, I remember every time we recruit people, more often than not, you find a large number of applicants either trained by ARC or who have done research by ARC. So currently in the research department there, you find about 5 or 6 of them. That's about 70% who were linked with ARC, and the same thing with UNECA. We have people in United Nations Economic Commission for Africa where they were part of the ARC alumni. You go to IMF, World Bank, we have recommended many of them. So the more you give credibility to ARC, it's also for your career. You see, ARC doesn't benefit anything. You are the ones who are benefiting. You write good papers and you write policy briefs, people read your work and you get recognized and you prosper. So in this scenario, I'm sure the policy brief training has brought you closer to ARC. So let me see if I can flip this chart and say goodbye to you. You should never give old men the mic. Oh, where has it gone? What did I do, Chief? So okay, let me. So the arrows, which side are they? So I think I have to use this. Here. Yes. Okay, so this is the last one. Are you sure? No, I think I can go back now. So this is, we all know, once this training is completed, we expect policy briefs from you, and hopefully you'll have more chance for policy engagement through the social media. Have you noticed, I am a member of LinkedIn like all of you. I don't put up anything, but I see many people, they say, I have finished my work, hey, read me. So you should do that. You should, once you finish your work, and from ARC side, we'll publish it immediately as a working paper. And then you can just tag that working paper and say, this is my finding. It's a free social media, but many people will pick it up. Now, in terms of, I think, where we are heading, hopefully by June, we will be able to publish your policy briefs, which comes out of your research. So please comply, because that is our performance evaluation. If you send us all of your policy briefs, I stand in front of people and say, you know, we have 100 policy briefs. If you send me 0, I'll say last year we tried. So you are our pillars in supporting our reporting. Sometimes, you know, I wish we could organize, you know, an event when you listen when we are presenting ARC to others, so that you know how much stakes there is. So you make us proud when you deliver, and we stand there and say, ARC is the best think tank or whatever. So in terms of the 3 projects, the ones on impact of COVID-19, the project will end this coming August. So Diana wants you to get the papers, and me also, by 6 May, before you leave from here. Am I correct, Diana, or is it a typo? It's a marching order, so you please submit your papers and also share policy briefs after papers have been approved by program steering committee members. These are, you know, people with some experience in commenting on your paper. Consider it as a peer review that you get, prepares you for a journal. And we always advise the program steering committee members to give you rigorous feedback. So once you get that, and you can go ahead and publish your work. For financial inclusion in fragile and post-conflict states, by November we need to complete the project. So share papers again by May 6th. And the same applies also in terms of the policy briefs that will come out of this research work. Climate change and development, we have a little bit of time in next year. But we'll need the final review workshop next week. It's next week, yeah. 16, 17 May. So with some of you, we'll meet there and share final reports, please, by 10 May. And then you'll share the policy briefs as well. So in conclusion, we'd like to hear from you. Of course, we have heard 19 participants, but we need more. You know, you are more than 19 actually. We were 3/10 during lunchtime, I noticed. So we need to have feedback also from online participants. I honestly thank all of you, and if you have learned something during this stay, it means a lot to us. Policy briefs are important. Just that's my final word. They come in different shades. Whatever we have learned here, it just gives you a frame of mind when you deliver a policy brief. If you go into international organizations or civil service government, policy brief becomes your daily life, whether you like it or not. If you are in central bank, if you are in the Ministry of Finance, or if you are in a place like IMF, World Bank, that is a boring part of that job, because many people don't like policy briefs. And that's where also the bosses get you. You see, because you can't defend it. They say, why do you write this? If you look at IMF policy briefs, it's like scripted. They are very, very careful. So you learn also the language of what we call appeasement. You know, in research you become bold and you say, you know, this is not working, this time. No, in the policy brief, you have to use a little bit of language to ensure you are not offending many people. With this, those of you traveling, I wish you a safe trip back. Those of you from Nairobi, Asante Sana, and my colleagues, really nice to have met you. Probably we might see them again in another policy brief. Actually, we have a series of policy brief training. This is the first batch. Yes. So you have earned another probably engagement with us because, yeah. So this is the last word from me. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much, Director. Over.